Come on, Twitter, you can do it. Good evening, all, and welcome to Saturday. Gonna be doing with our art paint and keep working on our chaos and pretty. Here in my Gunpla. Just swing on by if you'd like to see hands. And VTuber, VTuber. Probably should be putting together thumbnails for stuff like this, but a little bit behind in that regard. Then that should probably go out. Yes. Cool. Let those pre-roll ads go out. Good evening. Going to be working on some Gunpla tonight with the Chaos and Pretty Grandma. And I wanted the first one I made to be purple, so let's have some fun. That I can get rid of. Oh, Mia does have self-promo. Don't think I've actually self-promoted in a while. That one, which we set up automatically with our bot. I would wager that would stay that way. Okay, I didn't screw that up. Let's see. Yes, got a couple more out. Now see, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have anything like that. It technically does. Page 2. Alrighty, that should probably be enough. How do we get things started? Because, at least when it comes down to this, we had to start with a decapitation because they didn't want to give us the instructions for putting in her eye patch at first. I guess just because the base piece is just supposed to look like a cute girl before we get into the whole mercenary aspect of it. And now we get the fun of actually dismantling this thing a little bit. Which that should be interesting with how scared I am of breaking everything. There we go. Then this back piece should come off without too many problems. Oh. I believe that headpiece comes off first. Then you can kind of dismantle the back. Oh. Hmm. How do you get the back part of the head off of this? Yep. Let's get that joint back in the pigtail, because the pigtails stay, but the hair piece itself is what's going to change. If I can figure out how to get the back head piece off. You know what? I did technically grab a butter knife for just this reason, so... There we go. Now I guess comes the fun of how do you not lose pieces? I guess the back connector on there doesn't really matter if you're using the other hair, does it? Oh, it actually asks you to take apart a good chunk of this. Although if you're gonna go with the wolf sections, you'll probably not want to put on the other headpiece. I guess we'll just leave that on the board. And we'll at least use this opportunity to see how the hell we're supposed to get the eye patch on. Okay, let's just get the eye patch on. That'll probably be a little better. So you get to go back in, buddy. Because we're going to need her helmet on if she's going to be Cerberus. Let's see here. The fun part with the eye patch is that it's a very small piece of this puzzle. On a board I didn't really expect it to be on, if I'm being honest. Yeah, there we go. These two little guys here, which are kind of hard to see, but these two are apparently just eye patches for either side of the eye, depending on which one you actually want to cover. Although it doesn't come with glue or anything. Am I supposed to have glue? Google Lens. Played from Japanese. Light. Google Lens. Maybe Google Lens is not quite what I'm looking for. Translate Japanese to English. Camera. Maybe this is just something that's natively built into the camera then. Hmm. No, that's not quite what I was using before. We'll try that. I don't really want to cut it off, just on the off chance that I need to put something behind it. see. J, J. Can be attached with double-sided tape. Okay. That makes more sense. I guess we won't do the eye patch for now then, because I don't have double-sided tape. Hey, there's Solace. Welcome in. Do hope the evening's going all right. We're just getting things started with a slight decapitation, but apparently that was not needed. Because, oi. Unfortunately, I didn't quite think to actually have any glue stuff prepared, which is my bad, admittedly, but oh well. What can you do? We kind of needed to take the head off anyways, to some extent, just because we would need to get the rest of the construction in, which requires you to actually take off the top part of the mask, so that's fine. Yeah, so far so good. Construction's going. Yep. Get those pigtails back in there. Unexpected side bonus of this model. Since we already hear the almighty word of Kinnan, we generally appreciate twin tails and ponytails and stuff like that, so yeah. This headpiece apparently needs to go away. That was for just the cute maid model, which means I'm going to need an area for the loose pieces. Yeah, for the next steps at least. Kind of just asking you to take it apart anyways, so that's fine. That was planned. So let's dismantle her a little bit. Because the maid mode is, well, maid. Cute form is cute, but we're here for a robot with Gatling guns for arms. You do not want to stay open, do you? No, that's going to be worse. That should probably be fine for me. Alright, so first things first. We're apparently getting rid of the pigtails for now. Because it looks like she's got some extra armor on her. So just to make sure, I'd like to keep those connectors on the pigtails because I don't think you need them for anything other than the pigtails. Which apparently I'm just gonna have to use my nails for anyways. Come on, buddy boy, get out. You know what? Gotta have proper tools. Makes your life a hell of a lot easier when you do. Long end goes in the ponytail. You can go off to the side for now. And you're nice enough to come out with the ponytail, so thank you. Or with the braid, rather. Okay. So, you go back in. Probably going to be other pieces that will be going into your head later. You have to take off the entire chest, actually. And then we have to take out the arms anyways, so... But not the shoulder pads, just the arms. Guess it makes sense to get these arms off first. And then the entire chest plate? Yeah, entire chest plate, boobs and all. Okay. Sorry, Grandma. Guess you're getting breast reduction surgery to start. Then the legs need to come apart, but specifically in 3 pieces, because it looks like we're losing the frills. I just gotta remember how to actually get them off. It's a good thing this is a Gunpla stream, otherwise showing a completely dissected body is probably not the smoothest thing to have on here. Oh, I could have actually left the shoulder pieces in. Whoops. Ooh, camera, what are you doing? Or there's someone who would report the underboob? Oh, probably. Although I apparently have broken my camera because... Oh, okay. I just didn't like my hands being on there for a second, I guess. Okay. We take that off, and then we're taking these tiny rings off. Oh no. I can see this going horribly wrong. I think what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to go get a container for all of these pieces. I didn't realize we would be separating all of the tiny pieces already. Let's just get these shoulders back in. Well, actually, no. I'm fine with just disconnecting the shoulders for now. The legs kind of seem like they're easier to get, but these shoulder pieces are tiny. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Nothing like a good resealable Ziploc container. Oh, actually, I missed a couple. These little frills that were on the legs. That's an airtight one, so pieces can't get out. Not unless some form of magic actually gets a hold of them. Alrighty. Is that all we needed to take out? I believe so. So now we have to make the triplicate party of the wolf heads. Or at least specifically 3 wolf heads with one of them losing the lower jaw. So, what table are we looking for? Oh, right, the braids. The braids also should probably go away, because I think there is a connecting piece that will be in the hair slot now. Yeah, there's the remnants of the maid stuff. That will be put away for now, because we're trying to build a mechanical girl, not just a maid. So, wolf heads. I'm looking for O1 and V. Well, V is at least easy. V are these pieces. I honestly figured these would be feet pieces, but I guess they're lower jaw pieces. Very green, though. Let's see here. O1. Very knife cunt. I'm not sure if I'm going to need you just yet. Okay. There's O1. Got specific cutting instructions for these pieces. Oh, it's got an underside hook. Okay. We're looking for 7? 7 would be this guy. And then the underhook piece, I guess, is this one technically? And now the fun part, because there's apparently 301 boards that you have to snip apart for that, so I gotta fish out the other 2. Okay. Sorry, spare O1 boards. We're looking for the prettiest of mech girls. I guess that also just means you have a lot of backhead pieces, just in case, I guess. That's not too bad. Let's see here. We specifically are looking for 7s, so let's just get all these 7s clipped out, because the 7 is going to be the top of the head, so that's going to be on everything. cut this last one out. You don't need to see me cut every single piece, I don't think. Okay. And then need to click in the underneath it in an odd way. Oh, that's why they're green. That's not the bottom jaw, that's the eyes. Never mind. That piece we have to cut out all three of those. Okay. Just looking at it, the connection for it is so weird, but you're supposed to shove it in the top, I guess, with the triple lines there. Just to make sure it's nice and secured. And I guess dense enough to not move too much. I guess fair. Well, seems like the police are after me. I'm going to assume that can't be heard on mic, so that should be alright. Okay. Yeah, you can maybe see it in the camera, but there's two little ridges in there. They're just supposed to shove the green piece in. How far in bits, I wonder? I guess like that? That's what the book is saying, at least. Okay. Now we need S1. Bit more Japanese on this page, so let's see if Google Translate can be nice and helpful for us. Cut the gate neatly, assemble at the end. Alright, guess we're doing a search for S1 then. Don't think I've pulled S1 out today. That's also the hairpiece. I'm just going to put this to the side just so it's out of the way. That's a very big piece. I would imagine this is going to be another black piece, but need all those O ones later. This is I1. I need S1. These might actually be red. Yep, red. Alrighty, we're gonna need 3 of the S1 board then. Also just gonna move all these other pieces to the side. And I think just for my own sanity, gonna put these shoulder pieces back in. I promise this is a PG stream. Or at least PG-13. I'll probably swear at some point in case I cut myself or something of the like. Okay. So S1. I'm going to need pretty much all three of the S1 boards. So other small S1 boards. Are those these guys? They are. Oh, that's done. Plastic bag. Exactly need that anytime soon. Alrighty. So with the S1, we need 4, 5, and 6, which will be this piece up here, and then these two? Yeah, specifically all these. So I guess we'll do this part one at a time, just because I don't want to lose anything. Of course. I say the stream is PG-13, and then there's immediately the one Vocaloid song with a bunch of moaning in it. I can promise everyone that I'm only really horny off camera, so you're not really going to get that here. A little bit of sanding may be good on that. And the other cuts, I think, are fine. I do like this Vocaloid song, though. Got good energy to it. Kind of a good runner's song in some expanse, because it's good energy throughout the song, and then that one section that brings out the just raw beat to it just helps push you a little further, which is good. Let's see here. This part's actually not doing a great job actually showing direction. I believe this is 6. So this will be connecting into each other after you put the black wolf head in. Well, as a hinge, actually. This hinge is supposed to go there, which I would assume is just for changing directions. Yeah, that's at least one side of it. And then would marry the two together. There we go. There we go. A little bit of a woo. Don't have any of the extra pieces on yet, but we're at least getting the head in. Okay. Gotta do that a couple more times. That is piece 6. You gotta start with piece 5, though. And I'll just put all the triplicate boards in one pile. It'll be easy enough to remember with O1 and S1 just being needed on every single piece. And we just put our little hinge right there. And put that right there. Then connect that all in together. Yeah, that's looking pretty clean. Yeah, a woo head too. Boy, for the model that's called Chaos and Pretty Grandma, this has very gamer colors tied to it, which I suppose is probably a good thing overall. Our hinge. You know what? To confuse myself a little less, why don't I just get the hinge on the right piece first? That way it's easier to designate. Saved a little bit much off this one, but shouldn't cause any structural difficulties. That's a little tough, but that's okay. All right, then. So we get... Oh, the teeth are their own piece. I guess there's going to be a triplicate copy of the U board as well, which I guess I'll have to look out for. But for now, we're back to the black O board, so... Looking for 011 and 012. Or just these guys up here. So 1 is supposed to go on this side. Really more upwards. Okay, yeah. A woof. As you do. Then we just get the second one in. And thankfully these have some wiggle room as well, just in case you want to make your woof a little bit on the sadder side by just having them go forward. So if you're ever trying to make sure that Miss Grandma's wolf party is just in a sad mood, you at least have the option for it, which is good. Okay. There's one wolf with ears. May as well just do the ears on all of them, because I need to fish out the other board for the other boards, rather, for the second half of this step. Also, the V board is done, so that can go trash. Or I might just keep it for labeling's sake. Okay. Actually, I wonder if Mesmerizer is in this playlist. Because a lot of my doom scrolling through YouTube lately has been putting me along the same track line of the people who are just explaining the video, which isn't inherently a bad thing, mind you. Because it's nice to know that at least the girl in red was very clearly calling out for help. Which, you know, fair. Both of them were being hypnotized, and you generally don't want to be hypnotized by someone who has bad intentions. Although with the hypnosis itself actually bringing about more physical transformations, I think it's a little bit more than just hypnosis. So there's that. Here we go. Actually got extra chest pieces as well, so maybe we'll be building different chests during this. And technically there's enough pieces for building multiple of her head as well, so maybe. Alrighty. All three woofs now have ears. Now we're looking for the teeth on you one. Don't actually know what color this is gonna be. Is you gonna be red? I hope it's not flesh color. That's Q1. You can go with your other Q1. And you can go with your I1. And flesh. We don't need flesh for a bit, I don't think. Oh, actually. Yay, it's the white pieces. We finally get to use these. I guess for teeth, that does make sense. Uh, Probably sharpen this knife at some point, actually. Should probably be cutting this a bit easier. Although, that's two of these boards. Oh, okay. Looks like it's got two sets of teeth on each board, so... I guess our goal... is just to take these itsy bitsy, really fragile chompers. And then they will go... Plant goes in there. There we go. Wolf now has teeth. They can now do a proper om nom. And just get you in. This one actually has a little bit of mush on the nose. I missed that before. Then one more set of teeth. Almost have to be careful while cutting out these teeth, actually. They're already thin enough as is that your pliers will just absolutely go right through these if you're not careful. The ankle should be going towards the head. Okay. Now our three wolf heads have teeth. I'm mildly thankful that Google Lens just exists. Because God forbid, insert all the way. Alright, yeah, fair enough, tooltip. Although it looks for this one, we won't quite need to worry about all three, because one of the next steps is immediately take one of the jaws off of one of them. So we'll do this with at least two. Let's see, S. That would be the red board again. Then we need, I'm assuming one and two. Ooh, here's a fun little half brace. See this one. There we go. This S1 board is actually just about done. Now, anything need cleanup on this? All right. What does it want you to do? It wants you to put the half brace on the lower jaw first. Then shove it in as hard as you can to the bottom of the head. It doesn't do a good job of showing it, but I believe it's supposed to go in that little hole there. There we go. He's now woof. The jaw can technically open, but it's not super easy to do. Yeah. He's now an angry wolf. Now I just need to do that one more time, just because one of the heads doesn't really need it. We may as well just leave those on the board. Yep. Then we'll leave the other S board alone, and just gotta remember if it ever asks for that again. Hmm. Well, it seems like the tweet at least got a couple of likes this time. I guess we'll have to make some decent progress, just that way we can actually post this to Twitter just to show how far we got. Okay. Here's another wolf with a jaw. This one we're just going to leave without the jaw because the literal next step is attaching one of these wolves to her head. So there's no real point in putting the secondary jaw together, only to just rip it apart anyways. So, next step will require head. We'll take one of our wolves, and that just goes on top. Pretty solidly in there, like so. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with the teeth placement. And then I need stuff from the R1 board. R1. That's O, that's I, that's S, that's U. Have I seen R1 boards yet? I have. Apparently that's going to be a little bit more purple. Let's see here. R1 8 and R1 5. 8 and 5? Ah, okay. There are these two braces right here. Also, close-ups on the camera will probably show that I need to cut my fingernails. I am just going to leave them a little bit longer while we're working on Gunpla stuff, because sometimes having fingernails is honestly easier than a butter knife. So, 5. 5 goes on the right side of the head. No, actually. I didn't think this would actually have a problem going in first, but the braces actually go back in farther than the wolf head does. Okay. Get a couple braces in there. Then you put in the wolf head to lock it all down. Because those braces aren't going anywhere with the wolf head there. Then we're going to need stuff from the O1 board again. Although I would imagine the full one. Oh no, I guess it doesn't matter here. Let's see here. May as well just grab it from the full one for now. So we need 3 and 6. Which will be these two here. just to give the wolf heads a little bit of flair. And I guess we're just addressing the one on the head first, so that's fine. The 6. 6 goes on this side of the head. Just to lock that down into place. Also, to everyone that is lurking, hopefully speaking your Saturday night's going well. I know most of us kind of have to spend the night making sure Sonic isn't running into our homes, checking to see if we've eaten any chili dogs without him, but it's always a pleasure when folks can just kind of drop by to listen to whatever nonsense is coming out of my mouth, at least. I do technically have access to more Gunpla without needing to get stuff delivered as well, so that's at least good. And all things considered, Twitch seems to think that doing Gunpla is probably better for my channel because we got that one raid before from Kin. So I'll probably be getting suggestions to be doing art more anyways. Okay. So the step was just to put those little flared pieces on the wolf part of the head. And now we're building what looks like a bottom jaw for the piece, which will be connecting to these braces. Might also be part of the chest piece, now that I'm looking at it. Okay, this part's going to be a little bit more complex. So, we will need R1, I1, and U1. We already know U1 is our whiteboard, so we need 6, which is this little piece here. We do have another note, but I'd assume it's make sure that they're together completely. Try not to half-ass the connection, because it looks like it's part of a brace piece. I'm honestly more curious when we get to this. I'm not even sure what the heck that's going to be a part of, but it's just a sword on a hinge. Yep. Don't need the whites. This is mostly R1 and I1. That one is you guys, right? Yes. Okay. Looks like we need a big lower jaw piece. I don't think it matters which one we're grabbing it from, but assuming it's also 6, so this guy. It doesn't really give order of operations on this, but seems to imply that you're just supposed to be putting the teeth into here. There we go. So to make some teeth. Makes sense. Then we need a chest piece off of the eye board, which we do have on this one. There's the chest, and then we need our... Let's see, what color would the R be? Got S, we've got C and D. Oh, R. Right, R is our purple board. R1. This looks like an ankle piece. Ooh, that's going to be an awkward one. This guy right here. A really awkward looking ankle piece. Looks like it's just going to be shoving into the brackets themselves and not just being a pivot. This one I'm probably going to have to make sure I sand down to make sure it's smooth. If only because of the fact that it's a hinge piece and anything getting in its way is going to cause a problem. Yeah. That should probably be fine. Don't believe direction matters, so... Goes into the chest plate. Ooh, that's a loose piece. Oh, hey Z. Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully speaking the evening's going well. For anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Jude, your digital utility droid Mark III, here to provide you with a little bit of comfort while we're getting some stuff done. What were you up to tonight, Z? You almost got it, Solace, but I think your shift key broke for a second. And it's not quite thinking time now. I'm just trying to get together a slightly awkward piece. Ooh, Legend of Dragoon. Very nice. I think that's an appropriate clip, too. Although that may be Final Fantasy Tactics, and I'm just blind. But retro nights are always fun, especially when you get to have them with Nikki. Since both of you seem to have a pretty good selection of game knowledge.
Wow.
Yeah, welcome to... There we go, it clicked. Welcome to Gunpla streaming, where Jude decided that he wanted to show his hands. At least, maybe they wanted to show their hands. I don't think gender really matters with me. I don't care what people call me anymore. But we're working on Pretty in Chaos Grandma. You know, as you do. When you're starting a project, always gotta make sure you stick with Grandma. The clip of me missing 3/4 targets. 3 out of 4 targets, and the one I did hit being my own unit. Isn't that just always the way? need... Oh, the M board. I don't remember what the M board is. Well, either way, welcome into the party. Hopefully speaking everything is going off well. We're mostly just resting a bit while we're getting this gunpla put together. Because I was given the direct instructions of, hey, Jude, this is going to be a hard one. You're going to need some patience. Which I can understand. Because we've got a lot of connecting boards with just tiny joint pieces like that, which is just nonsense. And I mean, tactical process kind of just comes and goes, Z. Nothing's really going to be... That's N. Need M for this one, not N. Tactical prowess comes and goes. It's perfectly fine. It's R. Iterate and run, but I gotta decompress a bit. All good there. There's the M board. Enjoy your decompress, Z. We'll still be here for a good long while anyways, so rest up and thank you for heading this way. M can go there. There's a red set of teeth for something else. Everything else has been kind of white. Let's see. Yep. There we go. Now it's popped in. Yeah, just trying to build the lower jaw for this mode. And I believe that's a page turn. Oh. Apparently we didn't need to put a lower jaw on any of the wolves because the next page is literally just building the guns, which have the wolf heads on them. Well, that's not good. Alrighty, well, this is why we bought a Ziploc container, just so that way we can insert all the pieces we don't necessarily need. Although, reconstructing the heads later make it a little confusing. I'll just have to pay close attention then. Just grease this out. Good. But how are things on your side, Don? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Oh, is that popping? Yeah, that is hitting the mic. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, no. Need the joint, too. Yeah. 3 capped wolves. But now we get to deal with all the gun parts. Which is this lovely bag right here that I've been keeping for a good long bit. So let's see. MW29, piece 2. Gonna need R as well. R1. R1 is this purple one there. Okay. So MW29. Also, make sure you practice knife safety whenever you're doing stuff. I may not be the safest person when it comes to knives. I just have specific movements that I prefer while I'm doing stuff. Okay. It looks like I'm doing this twice. And then there's specific customizations based on the arm? Yeah, I guess we need both of those out. Hey there, Omega. Welcome in. Yeah, another Saturday stream where art is admittedly in quotations, but we're doing Gunpla. I'd say that's art. But how are things going, Omega? You enjoyed your workout? Let's see. So I need R1 piece 6. 6. Got one there, but I think I need multiple of these. It's the usual IRL robot art, not too far off the usual. Yeah. It's honestly one of my comfier shirts. I usually wear it underneath my hoodies in the winter just to give me some insulation, and I find it nice. Workout was good tonight? That's good. Always gotta make sure you're pacing yourself and not stressing yourself super hard. Probably need both of these boards. Also, don't worry about the mess. There's only so much desk space I really got. But we'll at least get the important bits out of here for now. We're just having some fun doing some gunpla. As you can kind of see by the parts here, we've already kind of disassembled the work we did last week, because last week was the base form, where she was just there and existing. But now we're getting to do the full gun mode. Because guns make the world go round. Pacing versus streaming, too much to keep up with real life is kind of what I got to attempt going forward. Yeah. That's also why, if people have obviously noticed, I haven't been streaming on Thursdays lately, or Fridays for that matter. Fridays was because of extra gaming with friends, and Friday was the only day we could get that going. That's why my Fridays are busy now. But Thursdays are kind of just taken off for my own sanity. Nonetheless, I'll probably be streaming later anyway, since a couple guys want to hook up with fisticuffs. Fair. People are usually looking for a tussle on a Saturday night, just so that way it gives them Sunday to recover. So I can understand that. Is Gunpla a figurine with guns? It's got gun in the name after all. Gunpla is actually a shorthand for Gundam, specifically, because the main purpose of Gunpla is to basically make mechs. Ow. You're making mechs and you're making your own figurines, and they're usually kind of laid out on boards, like resin cast boards like these, that are just printed en masse. And then you can just kind of cut them all out, snip, snip, and piece them together yourselves. And with the modular nature of Gunpla, it also means you can technically make customs if you want, just because the pieces themselves will just kind of fit together either way. Which I'll show in a second, just while I get the piece I need. But 1 and 2? Yeah, 1 and 2. Although, when it comes to mixing model kits together, that's usually called kit bashing. I get the guns, but what's the pla? I would imagine plastic, but I don't fully know what the pla is for. It might have something specific to do with the Japanese phrasing for it. But the general purpose for Gunpla would be it's Gunpla is the act of putting together your own figurine, which is is it play? Thank you, Solace. So yes, it's gunplay or Gundam play rather, which isn't inherently a bad thing. Good. Why not make it clear and add the Y? Because Gunpla sounds cooler. Same number of syllables. It sounds like a sneeze. I'd be a little concerned if your sneeze had pla in the pronunciation somehow, because that feels like it would be admittedly a little bit more troublesome to clear your nostrils. Okay, just gotta sand those down a little bit. You never said pla when sneezing? No, usually not. Ooh, I left a lot on these. Robot things. Yeah. It's also probably because it makes it 6 letters, which does tend to make it a little cleaner when you're talking about it. Also, when I'm not doing anything like this, I'm usually just sanding stuff, so don't worry about that too much. I'm still keeping an eye on chat and such. Just as you know, my posture is awful, so I gotta bend in weird places just so I can see what I'm doing with this. Oh, like how back in the 60s when file names were all 6 letters? To some extent, yeah. So let's see here. So we need piece 2. We put the disc in the back. How are you supposed to get that in? Oh, that goes there. You know what? That makes sense. Gun damn it. Sometimes you just need to give a good gun damn it. They are just making a gun barrel at the moment. Yep. Almost looks like a train car to some extent, actually. That's not too bad. Granted, we're not getting any Final Fantasy characters to suplex these, so... Joint realignment for your Gunpla. Uh, the Gunpla doesn't quite need joint realignment just yet. We kind of had to take off all the joints just because the extra armor pieces that are coming with this form are a lot. There we go. 2 gun barrels. Next step looks to be combining the actual Gatling portion of this. So those go to the side. Then we need the M29 boards again. Because we're looking to get these two guys off. It's 5 and 6, right? Oh, yeah, there should be plenty of deco within this playlist, since this is just popular Vocaloid music. So deco should probably be in here a lot. And I've had more Vocaloid on the mind anyways lately, just because a lot of my YouTube scrolling has been explanation videos on... I don't think I need this anytime soon. Explanation videos on Mesmerizer. Because that's apparently a hot button topic now that people are realizing that Teto was speaking in sign language during that entire affair. Or at least in some parts of it. Or however her name is pronounced. I've only really heard Miku be talked about, so I don't really know how the rest of the cast is supposed to be phonetically pronounced. What should I search up? Admittedly, if you just search up Mesmerizer in Google, you should find like Mesmerizer Explained or something like that. That should realistically get you what you need. There's been a lot of people talking about it already, I think, so there should at least be like 10 videos very easily findable. Guessing this just goes on top. There we go. Nice triple barrel Gatling, as you do. Do both of these, I guess. Yes, if the video is meant to be accurate, apparently this is what you use for SOS, and that's done within the video a good bit. They said it's a happy hardcore song. It is, technically. Because at least the purpose of it is that Miku and Teito are just regularly dancing when someone tries to hypnotize them. The redhead tries to resist for as long as she can, but Miku kind of falls to it nearly immediately. So she's trying to get help through the viewer, but doesn't quite go as cleanly. All right, other pieces. Oh, the bottom jaws are actually kept in this. They're just added to the bottom of the barrel gun. At least some of these pieces are just sticking via static electricity. Okay, let's see here. So, these go into the gun. Oh no, this is actually a separate piece, not that. We need I1. Should be a black piece. Yeah. I1 piece 9, which is this lovely little black barrel here. Hang right exploded about this. Yeah. When it comes down to anything Vocaloid related, there are going to be enough people who want answers to anything that might stick out. And when you get popular Vocaloid songs that tend to feature some dark themes, people are going to dive into that pretty quickly. Because Vocaloid teams tends to not mess around when it comes down to their dark theming, and they tend to give pretty good reasoning for it. Okay, so the barrels go into here first. And then naturally they could just spin if you need them to. Just that way they don't have to be uniform or anything. And then you shove the wolf jaw right there on the bottom. I saw the fan arts a couple of times, never knew it was this deep. Oh, yeah, definitely. Mesmerizer's probably going to have people's attention for a good bit, just like Rabbit Hole did. So it's not too unexpected. Also, I think slight executive decision. I don't believe that the chest from before is going to be used, so I'm just going to put that in here, just that way we don't lose it. And I don't believe the arms are used. These look like they're going to have their own shoulder joints. For a totally different reason, though, or the very same reason. Yeah, because it's a video that features hypnotism. There's a lot of people on the internet that will do pretty much whatever they want when it comes down to hypnotism theme, unfortunately. So apologies to anyone who advanced who is actually looking for fan art of that and expecting something completely innocent. Let's see here. Next step is Wolfhead specifically needs to have its little pivot point shoved downwards. And then is attached to gun handle. You can just hide the little notch in there, which I think is pretty smart design. Yeah. Rar. Wolf now has a gun. Has a slightly hard time spinning, actually, with the head on there. That pointed up. There we go. Now we've got two little wolf barrels. And then this entire construction is supposed to go on these guys. Specifically this way. So these can spin if needed. Although, just in case, what is the note on this part saying? Does that just put it in tightly? Change direction. Not really movable pieces on here to change direction with, so I guess that just means it can swivel? That's fine. Now it seems like we're adding some red accenting to everything. So we'll be kind of doing the same flare on the main wolf head, but now on the guns, I guess now just because the construction is complete. Still haven't actually attached the chest for the lower jaw just yet, but maybe we'll get to that a bit later. Let's see here. We need stuff off of the R1 board. R1 near these purple boards. Let's see, R1, 14, 11, and 13. Want to remake Nano from just a common blacksmith to a swordsmith or a gunsmith? I mean, you could technically do all three. There's nothing entirely stopping you from that. Because a blacksmith doesn't need to have a specialization. They can be talented in one field, but they don't have to just be talented in that one field. It would not make for a very successful business. Well, it can make for a decent business, but it may not. It was 11. 13 and 14? Ah. Then it's joiner piece. Like we're specifically looking at just one arm for now. The other arm, I guess, is going to have a different step. I guess technically it'll have a different step, but I'm not seeing the real difference. Oh well. So, start with our joints. Start with our 11. We put the swivel piece. Apparently it's supposed to go in that hole. Oh, hold on. I guess I need to keep a slightly cleaner eye on this. That piece seems too big. I don't think there's anyone I know who has that kind of OC. An OC that doesn't, like, multitask, you mean? Because that sounds like it should be pretty common, all things considered. Just a craftswoman or a craftsman? There should realistically be more of those in the world, just because someone's got to make the gear that the heroes defeat the Demon Lord with, right? That is a tough-ass joint. Do they have a face, though? I mean, at least when it comes down to it, yeah, usually speaking, they would have a face. They might be hidden behind, like, a face mask or something, but they don't have to be wearing that 24/7. Be a little bit of an awkward situation at home if you weren't actually able to see your significant other. All right, Google Lens. What's that note saying? Fit it all the way in. Thank you. That's very specific and helpful. I meant OC, not random NPCs to fill the world. Boy, you raise a point, but the life of a blacksmith can still be a pretty calm and interesting one. Also, don't mind me, I'm still here. I'm just cracking my neck. Because instead of following the heroes who are trying to save the world, you're following the retail life of a craftsman or craftswoman, rather, just depending, that is living day to day, having to deal with various people, and just trying to, succeed in their business. Through hell or high water, they're going to be making money and they're going to be keeping their shop up. There's actually a decent web novel that I'm reading right now that's more of a romance one, but it does focus a little bit on you should not be there. You should be here. It does focus a bit more on the romance aspect of it, but it's a story of a dwarven craftsman who meets a witch in the woods and they fall in love. The story's not super far yet, but it does have to focus on the mundanity between the relationship between a witch who lives in the woods and is ostracized from society and a dwarven craftsman who has to go through the mundanity of living in a human society. So, like, there's a story to tell with that craftsman or craftswoman. It's not necessarily going to be, oh, hey, they're going out to save the world, huzzah, but it can be a tale you tell. It doesn't just have to be a nameless, faceless guy who just makes you a sword. are slots on both sides. Is that really the only difference? But they would not contribute to the plot of the main character. If a craftsman dies, another craftsman to fill his shoes. Technically. I guess it just depends on what story you're trying to tell, right? Because, like, the hero of the realm may have their own story, but you could treat that as the more generic part of the plot, where, oh, hey, the hero's going to go save the world. We're going to instead focus on the life of this craftsman because he actually has a story they're trying to tell at the moment, you know? It may not be an exciting shonen or anything like that, but you can still get a story across there. Maybe they have to deal with some form of racism. Maybe they have to find out a way to actually exist in this town as a blacksmith. You have options at the very least, is what I'm saying. The O boards. You already lost your wings, so I need these two. Yeah, then he's probably going to become the main character, but I don't see anyone with that OC. It is definitely a slightly rarer OC to find. I technically need to make one of those characters for a plot anyways, because of one of my D&D characters fitting into pretty much that exact situation. Although he is a cleric, but a forge cleric, so he would still be a proper blacksmith, just he has a slight religious undertones to his work. Okay. Then we just put these in the wolf's head. They're supposed to be flared backwards. I think. No, these guys flare up. I guess on the head they flared down, but on the gun, they get to fly free. Alright, so that's one arm. I'm gonna do the same thing to the other. So, get a 13 and 14. Interesting idea. People in medieval times often accustomed blacksmiths of witchcraft. I mean, they are doing magic technically because they're putting together fantastical weapons that not everyone can realistically wield. Because God forbid anyone builds anything higher than 6 strength as a villager. 13, 14, and 11? And at least when it comes down to it, it does depend on like what route you'd want to go with your crafter as well. Because you don't have to just stick to the physical art of crafting if you are dealing with a more magical setting. Overlord kind of brings the idea up a little bit, where Ainz actually goes to the Dwarven city specifically to get rune crafters, not just smiths. Yes, they can make weapons for him, but he's specifically looking into a lost art of magic that can also enchant weapons too, which is not a craft that is very commonly seen. I'd love to make a Runecraft OC, but I'm not that well versed in runic stuff. Yeah, I feel like runic stuff technically could have a bit of a wider range to it, if only because of the fact that... No. If only because of the fact that you can almost make up your own rune system, which may help you out a little bit. You are versed in metalwork, though? Okay. Well, I'm certainly not going to stop you or anything, but there are options. You don't necessarily have to toss them out. Also, apologies for this one. It requires enough actual force that I kind of need to use my teeth once I actually get it going. Just have to find the right angle. Oh, there we go. Line those up. I know a little bit about metalwork as well, just because I kind of was interested in smithing when I was a calculator, at least. Not quite a toaster, but a calculator. There we go. Oh, just visual imagery, Nano. Saying I'm a calculator, aka I used to be on the younger side. A toaster is more developed than a full Android. A calculator is less advanced than... what model? I'm not even sure if that would be a JUD3 because a judicial utility droid kind of implies that, you know, I'm a droid. So it would kind of just be a... Let's see here. ECM1 or EC expertly crafted, I guess ECC1 for expertly crafted calculator. Granted, whoever actually made the expertly crafted calculator would be a little bit pompous, but that's just personal thoughts. Oh, I was just making shit up, man. I'm not saying I would have been based off of a specific kind of calculator. I can't say when I was younger as a robot, because when I'm younger as a robot doesn't theoretically make sense. How could you do this to me? How could a robot ever lie to you? The mysteries are answered at the 10 o'clock news. Yeah. What else do I need? Yep. feel like these should also be showing what direction the arm is turning. Preview image for this. Look at that, it's a proper gun. Yes, we have two proper guns. So need the last piece. Not the last piece, second last piece. Yep. And this is placed on the outer side. Okay. Next is going to be extra bulky. Disclaimer for Twitch, it's Gunpla. Yeah, I think with this kind of a viewpoint, it should be pretty well noted that this is just Gunpla. You're not really going to be finding guns that are the size of someone's finger. Let's see here. You... Q or you O? Okay, massive person. I'm not that big. I guess What Side and Dewey can technically contest to how big I actually am, but... Actually, no, you guys know my height. I'm 6'1". I'm technically tall, or at least I was tall back in the day. Average height has kind of balanced out a little bit, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but we have to do this twice anyways. So let's see here. Q1, 2, Q1, 6. We need... There. Dewey is the size of a melon. Dewey is the size of a melon, yeah. I will not confirm on camera because I don't know if they've actually shared what their proper height is, but Dewey is in fact melon-sized. Then R1? Which board was R1 again? R1 is this one. It's 5'2". Yeah, that sounds accurate. R1... Oh. Little tiny pieces. Actually, I need 4 of these. Shoot. 5'2" is technically a big melon, but it is a small person. At least by my usual standards. Okay. And we'll need the other board for after, so I'll just put you on top. Most gremlins are a foot. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. Let's see here. Sorry, Mr. Gallon Guns. I need some hand space. Let's see here. Get one of these to go out. Then we need another one going... Really? Oh, right. I guess it's just a dual joint like that. Okay, that makes sense. Then just cap it off. I guess I need to make sure I'm actually capping it off the right way. Actually, no, it's even. Should be fine either way. Okay. Get a nice little red joint. Are you even deciphering the manual? There are so many parts. Yeah. I guess as a good reiteration point, when I did buy this specific kit, I was told that I needed a hell of a lot of patience for it because there's a lot of parts to it, like in comparison to most kits. Which, fair. When you're doing cute girls, you gotta make sure you don't pull out any stops, right? Even if we did have to decapitate her once or twice. But at least when it does come down to it, the MW boards are not a good example. But on the boards themselves, they do kind of just have a, like, hold on. They do have a lettering system on them. So you can kind of just see which boards are which, as long as you have that little identifying number on the top. That's also why I'm not necessarily just cutting every single piece out. It's kind of better to just cut them out as you need them, because otherwise you will get lost. And you will get lost super quick. But if you're Jason and can't read... I mean, if you can't read, it's a letter and a number. So it's not like it's saying it's a word. So at best, you'd have to compare shapes and hope for the best. $15 is you two. Although, if you can't read, Gunpla is not for you. Gunpla as an art is a lot of little pieces, a lot of double checking where on the sheet your pieces are, as well as just a lot of patience with having to clip them out. Because admittedly, my hands are, I guess, a decent example since I've got decently large hands. Oh, the camera kind of messed up again. There we go. But like, my full hand compared to a board. Like there's, and this has a lot of the larger pieces as well. So this isn't even the best comparison. But you just need patience. You need to have a pretty intricate eye. And unfortunately, I can't really say this is a good advantage for Jason, but you do need to be able to read. It'd be helpful if I knew the size of the board. True. Um, uh, size-wise, what's a good way to explain size-wise how these boards are like? I guess I do technically have my tape measures. 1 second. At least I should. I suppose in inches, it's probably like 2 or 3. They aren't very big. Like 8 inches for length, and then 5-ish, 6-ish. And that's for one of the bigger ones. You can also get one of the smaller ones, like the Z board, which is pretty small. Like there's 4 inches on that, and there's 4 rows of parts. So each part in and of itself is an inch, roughly. And that's for more of the connector joints. There are even smaller pieces than that. Some of them are like a quarter of an inch. Okay. We've got 2 of those joints now. And then we need to get what I thought was going to be a headpiece, but apparently it's a shoulder piece. You got some pretty hefty shoulders for these guns. Are they really plastic? Yeah, this is plastic. Can't really make it loud enough to pick up on mic, but like I'm flicking it pretty much right against the mic. If it was metal, you should be able to actually hear the click off of it. There are some Gunplas that have metal in them, but it's significantly easier and cheaper to just cast the entire sheet of parts instead of well, casting it in metal, but nickel is more expensive than plastic. 014S13. Oof. Have you actually seen an S board yet? Oh my lord, this brain rot. The song? I mean, it's pop, right? A lot of pop tends to be brain rot. The cat song. Oh yeah, there's an echo in here. S1. Q? That's Q. US? Yeah, there we go. And we need 3. I think it's a song about cats. I mean, that's entirely possible. We could always ask Jason. He is kind of the cat expert. But I am hearing Neko pretty often, so it's probably that. Okay. These apparently play off of the same rules as the back of the headpiece. So we're taking these 2 at the very least, and I'm just trying to get this in. At least the song is actually about something and not just random phrases. Like, I don't know, the Nyan Cat song. I'm not sure what sadistic person actually put together the Nyan Cat song, but they definitely did. I was thinking Fukureta. I will have to check Fukureta. Because sometimes a little brain rot's not necessarily a bad thing. There we go. Oh, I've probably heard it. I just can't remember if I've heard it. You put it in the music channel? Thank you very much. Okay, in there. And then we also need those joints. Okay. Now, what am I making? I'm not actually sure. It looks like a claw. Looks like they're mirrored though, so I guess it doesn't matter much. Let's see here. R would be these pieces. So I need 2 and 12. Well, I guess an alert with looking at the 2s. So there's 2. Then 12. There's 12. I wonder if it's just within the Spotify playlist, actually, because that would make life a little easier. And the 2, then the 12. Okay. Need to refocus real quick. Oh, oh, that one. Is it sad that I can just tell what it is based off of the preview image? Okay. Yeah, that song is definitely brain rot. Oh, you can see the mouse. Yeah, that song is definitely brain rot. I'm not going to argue against that. Let's see here. So with piece facing like so. I guess it wants you to pay attention to the direction you're putting this in, but I guess it goes in this way? Because it looks like it wants it to be flush. Okay. So we have two presumably ankles. Uh, then we gotta get, I guess, ankle pieces off of I1. I. Oh, are these bulky pieces that we've been looking at? No, it's this piece. Then we're gonna need two of these. I'm glad my brain just kind of succinct an organization system while I'm doing these, because there isn't really a clean way to do Gunpla on a small desk. There is a significantly better way to do this organized, but that also requires me to have almost a workbench where you can have an individual pile for each board type, which is kind of what I'm doing here, but could be a little more succinct. Let's see here. We gotta pay attention to angle. We've got you, and we're just trying to shove this into here. You don't need workbenches, you need factories. Admittedly, if there were more auto systems for stuff like this, yes, functionally, but that also means that you're going to be losing the fun of making it yourself. So, kind of a tit for tat situation. But you'll have the fun of making the factories. Technically true. Technically true, yeah. Yeah. I've got presumably two ankles. And then we need to cut up the U-boards a good bit. Really four pieces on here that we need to take off. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's one. One appears to be the bottom portion of that. Two appears to be the top portion. Then 3 and 4. This is 3. 3 would go that side. And then 4 goes on that side. let's just build one of these just to make sure I'm not losing too many things. So we take 3, and then we would connect it to this, as well as this. Okay, yeah, that does have a purposeful space in between that, so it's probably going to be a claw of some kind. And then we just slap 4 in there. Uh-oh. Have to do this a little bit more balanced. I can't just snap one piece in. I guess we kind of have learned that factories are kind of a fun thing to put together, if only because of things like Factorio. It's a little bit funky. Where are you not going? The factory must grow. The Legion cannot be stopped. The bugs shall be slaughtered. Ugh, finicky thing. There we go. Nice little white claw. Not sponsored by the drink. We're all adults here, but no alcohol on the Twitches. Also because beer tastes like shit, I prefer harder drinks. Exactly, like Jason's potions. They give you a wonderful time. And depending on how this upcoming work week goes, I may actually need to restock on my harder liquors. We'll have to see. This is 3. Okay. The next part is just assembly, so we don't gotta worry too much about that. Oh, That's an entire cavalcade of bikes just rushing by. I guess it is the season. Okay. So 2 White Claws that are just comboed in with our knees, which looks like the joint goes in. Joint's not super easy to get in. There we go. Little grippers. On a nice little joint. Actually, these are grippers. Ugh. Probably gonna need that bottom thing open for something. Okay. There's 2 little grippers. We can turn the page. Oh boy, we got some more gun stuff to put together. At least there's not a lot of times twos on this page. So this page should go a little bit quicker. And it does look like we'll be getting to the put everything together stage shortly. Oh god, there's a lot of custom layouts for these guns. Oh god. That's why this book is so thick. Because there's still multiple sets of guns you could put together, including what looks like guns that can go on her feet. Oh, there's a lot of customization here. Okay. Yeah, we've got a little bit to do then. Noted. Yeah, technically feet guns. Those are guns that you can put into her feet. But we'll try not to jump ahead too far. We'll stick to this page for now. I mean, it's technically plausible, because with the stand at least, there's a hinge on there. So you can just put her on here and free float her. She doesn't have to stand on her own. Okay, now comes the gun that sits on the back of her body. So let's see here. R117. So there's 17. I only need both copies of 17 for this. You haven't even had to touch this board yet. Okay. And then U1. He was red, isn't it? Yeah. And one? No, three. Okay. So we take Q1. It looks like we have to be particular about the direction that we're putting these on in. So it goes in there. Then this one goes in on this side. Yeah, she's got a back mount as well. That is how advanced this mech is. She's got arms for guns as well as two guns mounted on the back by the looks of it. Okay, and then we need both copies of 16, I'm guessing? Yo, dog. Would you like some guns? We're gonna slap some guns on you guns. You dig? Up you properly. I guess we'll kind of do what we did last time and just keep going until we have the at least initial instructions for this block done and all of this Gunzerker nonsense put together. This is a good song. And then next week we can kind of just look through all the modification steps and just make her in our way. Let's see here. These are mirrored either way, but we specifically want the peg to go backwards. Okay. Yeah, just a handy little back brace. This isn't even the guns yet. This is just to hold shit on. All right then. Next set of gun. This is apparently where those larger pieces come into play. So we can go back to our M... Actually, no, we go to our M20 boards. We haven't used the M20 boards. Where did I put the knife? We've been using the M24 boards up until now. So this is just a completely different gun. There's probably some specifics for modifying things where you could like just put a regular arm on one and then a gun on another and then unleash hell on her back. Because I didn't really show it before, but there are a lot of different hand pieces. So you can kind of get away with a good chunk with that. Looks like this one isn't actually using both. We're only building one of the guns right now. So M2011. There's 3 copies of 11, apparently. We had the triple barrel gun before. Now we're going to have the uh, sextuple barrel. We need guns that shoot guns. I'm pretty sure there are guns like that, Solace. Like, there has to be a video game that has a joke gun that just shoots guns. Like, Legend of Gungeon probably has a gun like that. It may honestly be worth checking if Legend of Gungeon has that, because I wouldn't be super surprised if it does. Because they just had fun making gun ideas for that game. Okay, so 3 of those, which go into M20 piece 2, which is fairly identifiable. Hmm. You can just go here. So let's see. Does it actually expect me to sand down every single nub on that? I hope not. Oh, I actually cut out the wrong piece. Well, shit. Uh, I guess I'll have to remember what that piece is. MW20-2. Oh, that's rude. I'm supposed to go for this one, apparently. I kind of cut that one out by mistake, thinking it was the right one. So I hope MW... Okay, 15 is used as part of this construction. Just a couple steps later. That's rude. I thought these were going to be the same kind of board, just with duplicate pieces. Okay. MW20 boards are unique. Please pay attention, Jude. So, pretty easy enough. Put the holes on the inside and then just load up your barrel. Oh boy, this just screams that I'm going to break something. There we go. 6 barrel. And then R118 with a specific note in Japanese. Let's see here. Match the direction of the unevenness. Okay. So R118. There it is. Ooh, that's actually a pretty long connection piece. Okay. This is another pretty good song. Although I feel like I've heard the English cover of it, not the proper Japanese one. Okay. Just match the unevenness, but... Oh, that's what I meant by match the unevenness. Okay. That's now in there. Now it's got a place to go. And then... Now the fun part, because this apparently needs to go into here. I wonder if people have been crazy enough to try and put, like, engines in these kinds of Gunpla, so that way the barrels can just spin, and if that would even be feasible. And considering there's a lot of notes on here, be careful not to cut off the convex part. Okay, I guess I was supposed to leave some nubs there. Whoops. That's what I get for being blind. That's fine. Okay, so M25, M24, and M27. The 457, 457. Okay, just these three. I guess we're making a proper barrel for this one too. Doesn't say about cutting here, but that seems intentional. All right, chamber. We need 4 and 7. So 4 would be you. That's 4. And then 7 has more of a hole on it. So you're probably what we're inserting bracket into. Probably need that anyways. All right then, so drum. Or we want in the top. And it just wants you to pay attention to the direction of the holes, so... Shit. Okay, glad I caught that. You can tell your hands start getting slippery when you're dropping the 1 centimeter long pieces. Hmm. This one doesn't really snap into place. Oh, oh, I'm blind. That goes in there instead, where it does actually slide into place. I was trying to put it here. And I guess first step is the barrel goes into there so it can freely spin. But we do need to connect a couple other pieces into that to make it work. So you can go there. We need I15. I1 is the black set. And we finally need this boy. One of the bigger pieces, to be honest with you. I've been looking at it for a while, but wasn't sure what it'd be used for. Okay. And then this bad boy goes in there over top of our rotating piece. Then MW28. Assuming that's 8. Ah, oh yeah, good reminder by the way, but make sure you guys are actually hydrating. Now that we're hitting summer, it's not going to be super noticeable, but you do still want to be careful. And tap 3 times if you need coolant. I don't think I need coolant just yet. Although I probably should take a drink anyways. I just want to make sure I'm reminding you guys. But yeah, I've got my water, don't worry. Okay. So this encompasses everything. That reminds me, gotta eat some food. Alright, sounds good, Nano. Thanks for dropping by. I should probably get some water. What have you started? I mean, realistically speaking, y'all should be careful. Been super thirsty lately. Well, not sure what I can tell you, Solace. The world is just gonna make you thirsty, whether it's literal or figurative. Yeah, there we go. Got a full barrel there. There's one more piece we need, apparently. I guess just to make sure everything is covered. Yeah, just because of the cap. And yeah, summer is probably a good reason as well. Because unfortunately, we're going to get thirsty in the summer. And surfing tends to take a lot of energy. It does. There we go. Everything is nice and covered. Okay. Now it's time for the big blades. I guess we need to take both off of. This is 5, right? Yeah. Just in case your gun didn't have enough gun. Probably wouldn't hurt if you just threw a couple broadswords on there as well. This is a classic song. Then R. Yar, matey. Hmm. Grab the 9 off of here. Okay. Now, how does this all go together? Apparently the swords go on top of here. It's like that. I guess this is actually technically a later step. Let's put that back. Let's see here. Are these supposed to go together? I guess it does actually matter. First, see where these go. Actually, no, it doesn't really matter where this goes because this barrel spins. Although you do have to put them in together because of that little connecting piece. Okay. There we go. That now freely spins. And then now you slap the swords on? Still mildly confused about the sword bit, but now it's a hazard. And considering these are just on swivels, there's nothing stopping this from just becoming clamps that you could literally just clamp onto someone with and then just fire. I'm not sure if that's their intended purpose or not, but neat. All right, step 6 also requires stuff off of the R boards, being 7, 1, and 3, and then 11 and 10. The 7... Oh, 7's a large piece. Okay. So 7, then 1 and 3? Well, 3 is a long bar, but... And 1... Looks like this is just supposed to be the circular piece, so... Yep. Still not seeing any times 2s, so... Let's see. So we take our long boy. We first put in the straight bar in the square hole. which fair. And then put the round peg in the round hole. Let's trim this a little. Ooh, some dubstep in this. Okay. Circle peg and circle hole. Then this combines with, really loving the R1 board here. 11 and 10. I do have an 11 and 10. There's 11. And then 10 is just our accompanying gauge piece. So that's not too bad. Okay. So, got our long piece. We specifically want to put 11 on our main long boy first to create a joint, I guess. That'll probably go in once we put some pressure on it, but yeah, it's in there now. These should line up, so circle in circle, square in square. Then everything else should just snap into place. Except for you. Requires a little more pressure. Okay. Now I've got a bit more of a carrying cage to some extent. Or probably this is what we're mounting the gun on. Yeah, actually this is just what we're mounting the gun on. uh, and then I believe we also need to make an ammo case. Gonna require 12, 13, and 6. Well, let's grab 6 first, since that's going to be important. Okay, there's 6. Then we need our ammo case, because Gatling guns need ammo cases. You can technically do it via a weaved or weaved ammo, but it's just better if you have a case. Okay. So then ammo case. That is such an awkward angle to show it at, but okay. Okay, ammo box. Then we take our lovely gun. It's showing it from this angle, so we insert this peg in there. Yeah, this is admittedly a larger piece on this, but it is a Gatling gun, so that might be why. Although that piece now interferes with this, which is not great. So you kind of have to do that now. There we go. That wouldn't be super efficient to fire either, to be honest with you, but I guess that's a way to lock it as well. So it might be that. Oh, right, the ammo case. That goes here? Scammed. I mean, there's always going to be some kind of a scam out there, Nano. You just gotta keep an eye out on it. So yeah, there's the full Gatling gun, at least. The mount does kind of interfere with these guys a little bit, though, but that's fine. Next, it looks like we're actually putting this all together. So, take our body, which doesn't really have much on it right now, but that's kind of expected. Yes, she is carrying 3 guns. She's quite talented like that. Um, we put the bottom jaw on, is here. That just clicks in, but I should make sure the head is actually on first. I imagine that'll be a problem. Very curious how big her body is. Not super big, all things considered. Let's see here. Oh, it's the giant weapon, small girl situation. A little, but that's pretty common when it comes to mech stuff like this. There we go. Honestly, yeah, it's a way to emphasize the weapons. Yeah. And that's not a bad thing. Okay. Head is back on, bottom jaw and chest is back on. Next is putting the legs back together. I said I wouldn't need the W panel, didn't I? I apparently lied. I may need the W panel. Probably the reason why there's no girl in Gunpla. Well, Gunpla as a whole is supposed to just encompass like all mecha, right? It's not supposed to just focus on the girls. Mecha Musume is more the term for what we're working on right now, for pretty straightforward reasons, I think. Like these leg frills anyways. But that's the W board done. That only had the leg frills on it. So we can grab our leggies. Just learned the meaning of Musume. Thank you, Jude. You're quite welcome. Welcome to the weebdom. Supposed to go on the side. Oh. Thank you, Nan. Midley, yeah, working on Gunpla stuff is going to be a little tiring, so my back is a little bit effed up. That's fine. Thank you, Nan. Let's take a quick drink. Hope the Gunpla's going well. So far, so good. We're on page 18 of this book. I think we started on page 11 from last session, but this one's been a lot of duplicate building because of all the guns and the wolf heads and all that. So this one's taken us a little longer to get through the pages. I need to actually finish the model midway through. Well, it's certainly not a bad idea. Like a specific gunpla as well, or something else? She's gonna have chunker feet now. Yeah, I've got an Ava unit 00 that I started years ago, but just never sat down to finish. Well, I mean, I don't actually know Ava enough to know if I can make the right joke, but you should probably make sure to get that build just so that way they can actually get in the bots to, you know, help humanity out a little. Would need to find the box. Oh god, yeah, if you're missing the box, that could be a problem. She can stand on her own. with chunky grippers like that. I didn't actually think it could, but okay. Ooh, this is gonna be the fun part. Uh, I need Google Translate, actually. Give me a second. There's a lot of notes on here. Shoulder armor, right arm, left arm. Okay. Okay, so the guns go on first, with the nub being the outside part. So this will go in here. Yeah, that's an arm. And then the shoulder armor goes in and clicks into... What does that click into? Oh, that's where that goes. Okay. Shoulder armor. This goes into the second hole of the arm cannon? Oops. That popped the arm out. That's not what we're looking to do. That's going to be a sensitive piece. Okay. Okay. And I guess that just floats like that. So, other arm, other shoulder armor. Put it in second slot. Then shove into arm slot. That's going to be an awkward one to pose. And then the back cannon. How does that even go on with that bracket? That probably shouldn't be that loose. Oh, we popped back plate off of the shoulder again. Don't think that arm's fully in anyways. I get the gun's heavy, but it probably shouldn't be flopping like that. Back shoulder piece also does not necessarily like being on here. I feel like I may have messed something up with it. Okay. And then the back plate, back brace rather, goes into the top hole? Question mark? You can technically put 4 guns on this if you're careful enough with it. Yeah, that arm being loose is probably a sign of something being wrong. Oh well. And then the rifle is just supposed to sit like that? Okay. Shame that arm is loose, though. It should be fine. And now it's just asking for completely additional pieces. I guess it does require a specific brace, just because this is heavier. That's what that piece is for, right? Oh, it's got like a specific symbol that I can't read. 1 second. You know, look, there are part numbers for this. Okay. So this will go into this. I guess it is the brace for mounting, so it would be a little bit harder to get in. Okay. Now it's pretty much tied to the torso. You can then take your stand, specifically use the female paint. Actually taller than the stand. Um, Hold on. Gotta do a little bit of posing to make this work. Just want to shift the head. Yeah, I suppose unsurprisingly, it's a little heavy on one side. I can't imagine why that would be the case. Uh, I'm assuming it won't matter what side you put it on, right? Because this Gatling gun is just massive in comparison to the rest of this. Oh, yeah, this arm just seems to be loose. I'm not sure if I've done something incorrect with it or not, but it does not like that joint. Oh. Are there modifications that I can just put the big F-off gun on an arm? And then I can... God damn it. Why do you not like staying... Oh, geez. Nothing on this arm likes staying in, apparently. Oh. May have found the reason why it doesn't like staying in. I had it on backwards, so it wasn't actually fully connecting in properly. That would probably help, wouldn't it? Thankfully, you can kind of tell by the shoulder joint itself, because it is limited in its range of motion, but it's not something you would necessarily get right off the top, so... Now, as a question, but how much of this gun can be pointing outwards? Yeah, that's not too shabby. Kind of hard to actively show off with the Gatling gun just because that's as big as the rest of the model. And as much as that back brace is kind of helping, it is not quite a permanent solution. So probably have to find a way to counterbalance it somehow, just to make sure that it's able to actually stand properly with the Gatling gun on there. Yeah, that's not too bad. Not quite as much purple as one would expect me to like, but there's enough purple in here for me. Now, let's see. We do technically have some time left, so let's see what these modifications are. Because it seems to want to... take the wolf arms and put them on the back brace? Why don't we try that? Because that'll at least be symmetrical. Oh boy. Okay. And you just go back into there just for ease of access. So step one, lower the guards. Take out the joint from the barrel, which you can do pretty easily. Then I guess you're taking the wolf head off and just turning it. That way it sits with the shoulder guard being like that. And kind of the same thing here, just with it on the other side. Oh, there is actually armature for putting the big fuck off Gatling gun on the main arm, and then just putting the regular human arm on too. Uh, I'm not sure if that'll misbalance this super hard, to be completely honest with you. Uh, I guess there is kind of some precedence for the Gatling gun to go on the main arm. It's so heavy though. No shoulder guard for it either, which is interesting. And then, yeah, just slap the regular arm back on for the other one. If I fumble with this thing, this is going to be a mess. Let's see here. I need one of those tiny little baby rings. Which that goes on the arm joint first. Then we put the arm on. I'll have to pick a slightly more appropriate hand for this, but did that back piece come off again? That back piece did come off again. Honestly, just convinced that this back piece for the right arm is not going to want to stay on no matter what I do. It just be that I'm not getting the other plugs in properly. Oh, nope, I thought I stuck it in, but it just fell on the floor. Good sign. This might be the first piece we properly lose. Oh, no. Quite thankful I don't have black carpeting. Okay. Just for own sanity, I'm going to take the Gatling gun off while I try to put this back on. Just because you cause a lot of unnecessary weight. Alright, I'm gonna trust you, little guy. Okay. Let me put this back brace back in. Oh, okay. We've got regular arm, Gatling gun. Oh, I trusted you, back piece. You're just going in the container. You fall off all the time anyways. Uh, how do these go on? Oh, there's that little hole in the bottom. Okay. So, and that would be another variant. So now we've just got the Gatling gun on the main arm. I might honestly take these sword things off the Gatling gun. They're inconvenient with the handle that they have you put on it. Now the question, can I put it on the stand like that? And how balanced is this? Because the Gatling gun makes this a really awkward thing to balance. Oh, the Gatling gun just completely popped out. Whoops. And so did the back piece of the shoulder, actually. Those back shoulder pieces do not like being in this build. At least not with my finicky hands. Oh. This one apparently has the same problem. I'm surprised the back shoulder plate actually held for so long on that side then. Oh, we haven't lost the back plate. Good. That's not too bad. I'd appreciate that sitting on my desk. I'll have to pose it properly, mind you, but she is now well equipped and ready to murder, as you do. Not sure if there's much else can do tonight, at least. I believe the other option that we were going over in the book before is that you can replace the legs on her feet with other guns as well. Ah, it does actually recommend using those blades on the Gatling gun or something else. Okay, that makes sense too. Yeah, I guess that's near the end of the book, so I guess we're actually kind of done for the most part. That's not too shabby then. It only took us 8 hours to put this all together. Although I may change the face on the head and then see about getting some double-sided tape or something, just because the look of the eye patch is kind of what I liked about this. And the kit itself doesn't really include anything that lets you put the eye patches on, which is a slight problem, admittedly. But I suppose there's worse. Now I suppose the tricky question of would we want to get rid of the regular wolf legs for gun legs? Because this kit technically works in a few ways where you can kind of replace your regular hands with just the wolf heads if you wanted to, or with the grabbers, which isn't too bad of a deal either, realistically. Just requires you to modify things a little bit to have enough of an extension on the grabber. I guess if we have the option, there's actually nodes on the undersides as well. So with the time we've got remaining, why don't we do one quick fix? Oh yeah. Yeah, you do get a couple other faces as well to replace with the main one. So I believe the one that's kind of winking on the side there, which my lighting's kind of covering. That's generally one of the ones you'd want to use for the eye patch. And then you've also just got a large collection of hands as well. I kind of just went with the fingers up for the sake of it. But I'm tempted to grab one of the grabby hands because what I'm going to do is take these off because it doesn't really spin very cleanly with that handle they want you to put on. I like these, but not super great for this. And then for the sake of testing, yep, take you off of brace real quick. Another one of those rings here. That you take grabbers off. Then put her normal feet back on. No, that looks off. Okay. Normal feet. Take these arms. Change out the hands. Or let's see here. Ooh, nice. We get bacterial contamination to wrap up the night. I am perfectly okay with that. Okay. I'm gonna need grasping hands. So Yep. Oh boy. Ooh, that's not good. Ed, you're not allowed to just pop out. I kind of need you to stay in there. Yeah, the back plates are to help with that, too. Yikes. Okay, I'm not sure if I can actually trust the back plates to be doing their job, is the problem. Almost feel like you need for these back plates. The connection is such a small piece that it's kind of hard to trust that those will stay on there. Damn it. Yeah, 'cause it either barely fits in there, barely fits in, and if it does fit in, it will take barely any energy for it to come out. Oof. This one especially, too. Other sword. Oh, come on, Mr. Sword, you can get in there. Okay. Second sword goes in arm socket. Then the back brace. And hold on for a sec. Go. Oh, hi, San. Welcome in. Yep, we got the hand cam going today because we were working on a Gunpla kit that I had gotten over Anime North weekend. So, kind of hard to do Gunpla stuff without at least showing my hands. So welcome in. Do hope the evening is running well for you. We're actually just about to wrap up because I did reach the end of the book and I'm just customizing it to the way I'm going to leave it on my desk. But you get to see the final result, which is a little bit of a mess, but with a kit like this, that's not entirely surprising. But I did balance it, so there's that. The grippers are neat, but I just like having her with her proper legs. So she is now a back Gatling sword wielding mecha musume who is ready to enjoy themselves, I suppose. This is balanced, but posing is a little bit funky dunk. Yeah, that's not too bad. I did that all myself, and it only took 8 hours. Oh, yeah, hopefully speaking, everyone had a lovely evening. I don't exactly have a bunch of Gunpla just at the ready or anything, because Gunpla's kind of expensive. But if people are interested in watching me build some other kits, I could see about getting some more traditional Gunpla. Just, I don't really know a ton about Gundam in the first place, so I'm not sure how much insight I would be able to give on that. But could be an option. The posing on this is awkward. But finding Mecha Musume stuff like this, I will more than likely have to order because unfortunately, I live in a town where there are a few nerds, but there's nerds that care more about card shops than anime waifus, so not quite something I can just go to the corner store and purple-haired daughter. Uh, well, since this is technically a character, so she can't directly be my daughter, but I don't know. We might be able to build something like this character-wise into the whole Jude verse at some point, maybe. I just haven't done it yet because obviously look how complex and how much of a bitch this would be to draw. We've got dual back gattlings, we've got the grippers on the arms, and the dual swords. Although she does have an eye patch. That does make her just infinitely cooler. She skips leg days. Well, she is a robot, to be fair. Robots don't necessarily have muscles. That's just pure titanium in there. That can carry everything. I also have to get some double-sided tape to get the eye patch on. Yeah, that's pretty good. I do like the Gatling gun, admittedly, because it's a pretty big piece overall, but it is basically the same size as the model itself. So it is very hard to actually keep on here without it just completely misbalancing it. Maybe if I get another kit that I could bash together with this to balance it, maybe, but for now, at least. I'll have this purple-haired daughter just sitting on my desk in front of me, where actually the mount for this whole setup is. So I can pretty much move her whenever I need, but yeah, that's about all I got, really. I was going to be planning on doing some custom next week, but I guess we had more than enough time to actually get this going. Good work, mechanic. Hope we get promoted. I mean, it's hard to get promoted when your boss is a toaster, so... Boy. Oh boy. I needed to crack my neck for a while. Okay. Well, I guess we should probably find someone to raid, and I'll have to take a picture of this just to qualify the art question here. But, admittedly, I had some fun working on this. I've always wanted to try Gunpla because I figured I would enjoy it, and holy shit, it is actually something I like because it's a level of patience for something that's actually fun. Looks like Kin went over to Sako. Gunpla is fun. It's kind of one of those relaxing forms of fun where it's just nice to go in there, get a few snips in, do a little sanding, and polish it off. It's kind of like the same kind of fun you have with painting Warhammer models and all that. I just gotta make sure I actually keep all of my parts together. I don't want to lose any of these small pieces that are just wandering around. Saturday is Sako raid day because there's usually a game. But Kin does art on Saturdays. Oh, or is that just the explanation for Kin? Oh, right. That's the group game day. Right. Sorry. Brain kind of is fried on that topic. Hmm. There's someone doing traditional art with a hand cam, which isn't something I see super often. Eggy is doing Stardew Valley with that crew. Fanta is going. We don't exactly get to see Fanta online very often. Oh, actually, who's building Lego? Because that's admittedly a bit closer. I don't actually know who that is off the top of my head. We could go to Saito, actually. They're doing art at the moment, at least. Yeah, plenty of decisions at the very least. And apparently that's a category, as I'm now realizing, thanks to that Lego stream. That admittedly makes a little bit more sense than art. Let raid Saito in? No. When Saito usually tags themselves as 18 plus, that's more so the point where she is allowed to swear because her stream is usually PG-13. Or, sorry, no, PG, sorry. So whenever she has the plus 18, it just means that she or other people on her stream are going to be swearing and or just talk about slightly raunchier topics. But that's pretty normal. Well, hopefully everyone had a lovely evening. I'll be back next Wednesday with the boys to see about hunting something. Not 100% certain what, but something. And then I'm not sure what we'll do past that. I might do Saturday as regular art streams again for a bit. Guess we'll see. I'll think it over. But been a pleasure all. Have a good evening, and I'll talk with you another time. Bye-bye. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.